All right, we're getting ready for some baseball here at 9:24 finally. Rusty Hitt and Stephen Nutt with you here as Corsicana Tigers and Wakeland Wolverines get ready for Game 2 of Round 3 here in Duncanville as the fringe lightning strikes just kept coming. We kept us on the sidelines, actually in the field house, where we were stuck with about 30 kids and coaches, all pretty restless as we were getting ready.
Yeah, there's none of them that wanted to stay in there any longer, that's for sure. And batting cages and food, there's all kinds of things that can go wrong. So, like you said, I'm glad I'm not a coach and responsible for all that.
That's a whole lot to worry about with a bunch of teenagers. So, anyway, Tigers get ready. This is a do or die for them here tonight in Game 2. Faced the same thing last week in Game 2. We're able to answer tonight. They'll have to do it against Wakeland's ace, Zeke Alexander, and he will be on the mound here. Reported 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". I don't know what that means. Is he really 6'2"? You never know. But no, he's a big kid. Going to throw probably mid-80s, can get up to 90. Been a strikeout guy from all reports. And again, when you go back to the last 17 games now, they've given up 12 runs.
Yep.
And 5 of those came in one game against Reedy in the game they lost. So when you've got that kind of great effort on the mound and good defense behind you, which we saw last night, very strong defense, you're going to have to come take it from these guys. They're not going to give you anything.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And they go, like you said, that those 2 pitchers that we've seen start, but the kid they brought in to close out the game in the 7th wasn't too bad himself, Turner Corey, and I think they've got a righty that's kind of like him also out of the pen, so they definitely have the pitching. You mentioned Alexander. Alexander in the playoffs, thrown 13 innings, only given up 4 hits. He's had 18 strikeouts.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad. It's a .54 whip, which walks or hits per inning pitched, and man, if you can do that, you're not going to lose too many games.
Well, I heard 3/4, but watching him throw down there, it's a little bit even further down than that, maybe. Coming off of a long, lanky frame right here. So a lot of different angles. Big sweeping slider, I understand. So we'll find out. For the Tigers, the Wizards at it again. He's going to start Easton Autry tonight on the mound, and I know that was really the assistant coaches pestering him a little bit to do that. And, you got to match zeros. And Easton certainly has shown that he's capable of doing that. Now, he hasn't gone more than 3, maybe into 4 innings. And so that's a little different for him. But this is it. So, and hopefully he can get out there and give the Tigers the start he needs. And I think it gives you a really good defense. Your key guys, your shortstop stays in place out there.
Yeah, I kind of like it too because he's getting to start a game, not having to come in the middle of a game. And if you can push it through, if it is only 3 or 4, if you can get to the fourth tied 0-0 or up 1-0 or something like that, and you hand it off at that point, maybe you have a little more confidence and able to do it. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely can match velocity and curveball. So you go out here and hopefully let him have a good start and match this guy up, and then who knows why game 2 in a situation where you got to pull out all the stops. You can't. There's no tomorrow if you don't win, so you might as well not save anything.
And you got Perk right there to be ready to come in. You got Dobbs. You got Jordan. You got lots of things to go to here because it's going to be all hands on deck here, whatever it takes to get this win. I'm seeing a lot of run on on his pitches going into a right-handed hitter in his warm-ups. You can see what he looks like once he gets to the mound. But the Tigers are going to take the field here. We'll give you the starting lineups. The Wakeland Wolverines are the visiting team, and it is exactly like last night except on the pitcher's mound. So the batting order will be Bodie Stevenson at second base, Will Jamison at short, Michael Boyle at first, Garrett Pickard in left, Austin Flores behind the plate, Cruz Velos, how about that, DH, Landon Spurs at third base, Cooper Dillingham in right field, and Austin Legal in center field. And they will have Zeke Alexander on the mound for them. And for the Tigers, they will start Josh Portillo hit leadoff and catch. Connor Perkins will be at shortstop. Easton Autry on the mound for the Tigers. Jordan Temez at third base. Trenton Bruton in right field. Sean Medrano at first base. Gabe Sod will be the DH. He will hit for the second baseman, Blake Phillips. Walker Smith will get the start in center field. Gabe Edgar in left. And Brody Dobbs, who we normally see get that start in center field. And he was supposed to start on Saturday, but apparently had a hamstring injury and still keeping him from running. So Walker Smith, plenty good from a defensive standpoint in the outfield to step in there.
Yeah, I mean, I like the defense. I like leaving Perk as shortstop and having him there. This team is a very good hitting team. You got to be able to play some defense behind whoever you got on the mound.
Well, we're not wasting any time today getting this game started, so no formalities, no announcements, not even the national anthem. So here we go with the baseball here as Easton Autry is going to start it out here for the Tigers. He will face Bodie Stevenson to start it off. First pitch is on its way. Fly ball to left. Gabe Edgar drifting back. Walker Smith over to help, and Edgar with a quick one pitch out for Easton Autry. So one down on the fly ball to left.
Yeah, that ball carried a little more than I thought. I thought he got underneath it a good bit, but just a routine fly ball.
Flags aren't moving, so certainly not hurting it, but didn't know what with the weather, what it would do to the flight, but certainly didn't seem to drag it down there. Man, that was painted right there on the outside on the corner, and that was over the plate. So good pitch to start him off here. 0-1 now to Jamison. Another fly ball to the left side. Perk going over. Edgar calls him off. Has to adjust. He drops the ball. On his way to second base. Going to throw in, and he'll be sliding in. Oh, that's not what you need in this game right here. So, and it was so high it allowed Jameson, heads-up player, to get to second base.
Yeah, Edgar went a long way for that, but I thought he caught it, and then just it hit in his glove and it dropped.
Had to make a little adjustment to the left. It hit his glove and just didn't catch it cleanly. So got a runner on base as a result of an error. And number 3 hitter is Michael Boyle, the first baseman. Left-handed hitter steps in. Checks the runner. He comes home. Ground ball right at Temez. Looks the runner back. Throws it to first. Finally. Barely gets him. Kind of double clutched a couple times. A little too close right there. But
yeah,
he's able to get the out.
Barely beat it there. I know he was a little worried about Jamison taking off for third, but almost waited too long. Double clutch, triple clutch a little bit.
Yeah, the other thing is I'm not sure how hard it rained, so if it was just kind of misty, light rain, ball could have been a little slick coming off the turf. So 2 outs, runner at second base. Cleanup man Garrett Pickard up. Pulled that one. Great job by Josh getting over there and able to snag that. Well, reached on an error. No, he walked and was out at second. Had a sac bunt and a base hit. So last night, 1-0 count here to start off. Breaking ball. Outside and low, 2-0.
Not a bad spot with that breaking ball. You don't want to get down 2-0, but it was just off the plate.
So 2 outs here, top of the first, as we start about 2.5 hours late. Pitch, but a little bit low, 3-0. Good location over the plate, but just down. So here's the 3-0. Strike one, 3-1.
That was just right over the outside of the plate.
Maybe a tad off.
It's pretty close.
I don't know if it was not 3-0 if that gets called a strike, but we'll see. 3 balls and a strike. See if Easton can come back here. That's ball 4. Hasn't given up a hit. Man reached on an error and a walk so far. 2 outs brings up Austin Flores, the catcher. He's got to disrobe from the shin guards. So, chance here for Wakeland to get on the board early. Anything that happens would be unearned. It doesn't help the scoreboard, though. Here's the pitch. Base hit to left. Jameson comes around to score. And it's not going to be cut off. They got a shot at third base. Josh, they're going to have him dead to rights there. And they get the out, but not before run scores on the base hit from from Flores on the RBI. And Tigers will get out, but they do give up an unearned run here in the top of the first. So 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the first. We'll be back after this. All right, we are back here, and we are going to the bottom of the first. And for the Tigers, it'll be Portillo, Perkins, and Autry due up. And you can see him, a whole lot of legs out there, legs and arms for Zeke Alexander. As he takes the mound, his defense will be I wrote the wrong defense down. It will be Spur and Jamison and Stevenson and Boyle on the infield. The outfield will be Pickard, Legal, and Dillingham. And
pulling them off the field.
No, you got to be kidding me.
I saw Doc down there.
We need to take that thing away from him.
Come on.
Well, we'll keep it here for a second, but they are moving them off the field. And if that's the case, it's going to be 30 minutes at least. I hope they let us stay up here, Adam. Yes. Okay, well, here we go. Tigers are down 1. It is 9:37, so it'll be 10:07 or 10:05 or whatever, somewhere in that range before they can get back on the field. And got system kind of moving through, Adam. I need to give you a mic so you can be the weatherman here. So, got a system coming from the south, it looks like, coming up toward Cedar Hill, coming right toward us, just to the east of us, huh?
More lightning.
So, a little bit lightning, hopefully not much of a storm, so we'll kind of hang out. Well, Stephen, how much fun is this?
This is.
So now you got all you guys loose.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
No, especially a guy throws hard like Easton.
And yes, you're talking about it earlier. You hate when that happens because you get stiff. You go back and sit down, you're going to be stiff 30 minutes later for sure.
Well, I guess we'll go ahead and take a break. We'll leave the stream up. We'll be back on when it looks like we're going to start coming back. So will be a delay, and unfortunately, it'll be a few more minutes, and we'll see if we get to play baseball here tonight. So everybody hang loose and check back in about 30 minutes. All right, if you're watching the clock on the screen, it has hit 0. Got the Tigers making their way back out to the field. I don't know. They'll have to obviously get loose again and get ready another at least 20, 30 minutes. Don't you think, Stephen?
Yeah, I would think so. They just posted. They're headed back to the field. They didn't have a time yet.
So the question is, do you bring with a game lead, do you bring Alexander back out here after getting him hot? I mean, it's not that long. It's 45 minutes, almost an hour. but you certainly have a game to play with, and you could hold him for tomorrow if you needed to. So.
Yeah, I mean, you warmed him up. He didn't throw any live game part of the game, so I don't know. It kind of depends on how he feels about that, but
I think for us it's worse because Easton has thrown some pitches.
He threw a competitive inning, and that could be an issue, especially if he's feeling stiff after having done that.
Well, it's unfortunate that we played long enough to get behind on an unearned run. So he was throwing good.
Yeah.
He was pounding the strike zone, looking good. So got the pitches he needed to get out of the inning without giving up a run. But unfortunately, Tigers were able to get out without any more damage after the base hit that scored a run. They were able to pick the runner off. So anyway, you see Wakeland making their way across the field. So everybody get loose, get ready to go. Tigers will be up when we get started again. We'll have
looks like fans are being allowed back into the stadium.
Man, today has been the most strict stadium policy I've ever been across. I mean, we played in some pretty big places, and we didn't. Where's your media credential? They weren't going to let us up. We had to go get the Duncanville coach to let us up here. So, yeah, okay. So they're not letting people in a minute before, even they're all just sitting outside in front of the gate.
Yeah, a lot safer right there by the fence. But
anyway, but I tell you, the Duncanville coach has been great. Great accommodations and a lot of friendly people working here, except for the Nazi in charge of letting you in today. So anyway, she's doing her job. We understand. She's be a great compliance person, Donna Miller, if you're watching. So all right. Well, we'll get going here in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll take a break till then, but I just wanted to get everybody updated. So if you're watching from the parking lot, get in, get out, come back in. So, all right, we'll be ready to go here in a few minutes, and we'll be back on before we get going. Well, play ball part 2 here as we about to get started here, it looks like. And again, Autry's out there. Is he making some lineup changes?
Probably is.
So we'll try to be aware as Tigers come up. He did hand something to the umpire.
It looked like both pitchers, though, were warming up in the bullpens. So I don't think there'll be any changes there.
Nope. There's those long legs headed back to the mound. That ought to be interesting again. Let's reset. We're at the bottom of the first inning. We did get the top of the first plate. It was a 1-0 game as the Tigers gave up an unearned run on a drop fly ball to the second hitter. He scores on a base hit. The other runner on base was caught at third base to end the inning, but the run counts. Man, that guy's tall.
Yes.
I was like, is he really 6'9"? Yeah, I think he is.
And he's about 6 foot of it is his legs.
Yes. He can't get the long pants. they can't. They don't make them long enough to go down to his ankles. So, anyway, Zeke Alexander, senior pitcher, going to University of Texas at Permian Basin. It's our Heritage Bowl team from last year, football team. So we've seen them a couple of times out in Odessa, Midland or Odessa. I think it's in Odessa. But so anyway, Josh Portillo to lead it off. He'll be followed by Connor Perkins and Easton Autry here in the bottom of the first inning. So
yeah, he's like a little bit like a right-handed Randy Johnson. He's got that below 3/4 slot, and then that curveball is wicked too.
It's not quite total sidearm or Kent Tekulve.
Yeah.
Okay. Then nobody out there knows.
Burt Bob, why are you throwing these names out there?
You guys, okay. Kent Tekulve was a submariner. How about that? So, all right. Never mind.
Nobody does that
That's
anymore.
from my youth, So.
Little Brett Saberhagen.
Yeah, actually, that wasn't from my youth. That's probably from my early or late teenage years or college years for sure. He was a teenager, right?
Yeah.
All right, here's Josh Portillo going to step in. Let's play baseball at 10:47. We might be home by 1-2 maybe. So, depends on how fast this game goes. So we could finish tomorrow and play tomorrow. So that's what the Tigers are hoping for here. So first pitch on its way from Zeke Alexander. Here it is. Foul tip. Strike one here to Josh Portillo. Again, 16 strikeouts in the playoffs.
18 and 2 starts, 13 innings.
9 a game on average. That's pretty good average.
That's not bad.
But you only played 7. He didn't throw 14. So curveball in for strike 2, 0-2. That's a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it has kind of a sweeping movement to it because of his arm angle.
Yeah, Autry said a lot of right to left, not a lot of up and down. Yeah. So here's the 0-2. Curveball almost hits him inside, 1-2. Thank you, Richie. Richie knows those guys. Here's the 1-2. Works out of the stretch the whole time. Popped it foul, back out of play. Count's going to stay there. And he's crouched over. I mean, if he's standing up straight.
Yeah.
And like if he threw overhand, that ball would look like he's releasing it right in front of you. Here's the 1-2. Stays inside. As it is, it looks like it's coming from behind your head. So.
Josh does a good job there of staying in there, though, with that not backing out on that curveball at all.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And there's the pitch. Fly ball out toward short right field. Second baseman's under it and actually doesn't make it to the outfield. So we'll be 1 away. So Connor Perkins going to step in now. Tiger shortstop. So Alexander comes set. Throws it inside. One ball and no strikes. So here's the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Man, you got lots of different angles.
Yeah, you do. And that one, Flores was set up probably 2 balls off the plate. Not exactly sure what he's doing there, but definitely trying to get to that outside corner.
Working the outside corner again. That's strike 1, runs back over the middle of the plate. 2 balls and a strike. On the pitch. Ball 3. 3-1.
Good take there by Connor as that ball was on the outside corner, just a little bit low.
3-1 count. Probably swung the ball 4 there, as I think that was a little inside or running inside, but we've seen Perk likes to turn on those.
Yeah, he does.
So full count here. Second hitter of the game for the Tigers. Tigers down 1 here in the bottom of the first. 1 out. Take strike 3. Good pitch over the black of the plate right there.
Yeah, really good spot there by Alexander to hit that outside corner. And Connor gave up on it. Wasn't able to pull the trigger.
So we got 2 down now. Easton Autry's going to come to the plate with nobody on. Looks like they're going to try to work him on the outside. Way outside for a ball. All right. Comes set now. He's coming on the way. Takes the ball low, 2-0. And 2-0. Ground ball to the right side. Second baseman will have it. Gets it over. Autry hustles down, but a 1-2-3 inning there for Alexander, and the Tigers will go down. So no runs, no hits, no errors, none left. After 1 inning to play, Wolverines are 1. The Tigers 0. We'll be back for the second inning after this. All right, here we go. All right, Cruz Velos is going to lead it off here to start the second inning. Easton Autry ready to go for his second inning of work. Starts him out with a strike. Didn't look like the delay caused him any issues.
That was a great pitch on the outside corner.
Breaking ball, swing and a miss. 0-2. Back foot curveball right there. It's really nice. Going to step off. Hit him. Can't hit a guy on 0-2.
Got a little too much break on that curveball. Hit his foot.
Just too much. Trying to throw the same pitch that he just swung through. So here we go. No outs. Man at first base. Landon Spur coming up. You better be ready for a bunt. So Tamez is going to play in. Bunts it foul. Bunting 90 is a little.
Yeah, it's a little different.
So 0-1 count. Bunts another one foul. Tigers have, for the second inning in a row, kind of hurt themselves. One first inning with a drop ball, and here with a hit batter on an 0-2 count. So we're going to slash here with 2 strikes. Challenged him fastball-wise. All he could do was foul it off. I don't know those coaches believe in that slash, but getting back and getting ready for a 90-mile-an-hour fastball is not easy. So here's the 0-2. But we've definitely seen some guys perform very well doing that over the years.
They did it good. They did it well yesterday.
Yes, they did.
But they did pull it back earlier, it seems like. At least they did yesterday.
1-2. Throw over to first base. Just back in easy. One ball, 2 strikes. Smash it to left. Going to bounce in front of Edgar. He's going to get to third base. That's not Edgar. Ball gets away from Tamez. Throw to third, so the runner goes.
I think Brody's in center.
Brody Dobbs going to try out the.
And Walker's
moved over, so Dobbs in the game for Edgar. Well, they were able to get some treatment on that hamstring. So that was a shot right out to the left field. You're kind of in that handcuff spot right there. And so runners shows bunt. Ooh, just off the plate. Good job of hitting by Landon Spur there.
Yeah, that was his best hit of the 2 games we've seen so far with 2 strikes.
Curveball misses, 2-0. Here's Dillingham, had the triple last night in the first at bat. His first at bat. Fastball away, 3-0. Second inning not starting out too good here for the Tigers.
No need to get an out.
Strikeout would be preferable. Just off. They're not bad misses, but just enough. Walks the bases loaded. Now you do get a force here, set up double plays. So this is the number 9 hitter, Austin Legal. He had a big RBI in the second yesterday. Chance to bust some things open here with the bases loaded, no outs. Shows bunt. Takes strike 1. Good job for Autry there to get back in the strike zone.
Probably a take right there with Legal. I don't know that he'd be bunting right here.
Curveball just misses. Oh, he gets a strike. Looked like he kind of flinched like it was going to hit him, but curved back over the inside part of the plate. Up 0-2 in the count here. Got to finish the batter. Use a punch out for sure. Good job by Portillo eating up that curveball. Bounces in.
Yeah, Legal slowed that slash, but he pulled it back really early. Barely even showed it out there.
That was just a courtesy. All right, Coach, here it is.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-2. Challenges him, fouls it back. Sure, we picked up some viewers who got tired of waiting and went home. Probably a good call on your part.
Yeah.
200. All right. Here's the 1-2. He offers at it. Does he go? He does not. I didn't think he did, but he did kind of flash the bat for a minute. I think you either got to go fastball here or you got to throw the curveball for a strike. Here's the 2-2. Challenges. There's a fly ball. Short right field. Bruton's coming on. Phillips takes it. Gets it in. Will not advance. It's a good job by Phillips right there. Making the over-the-shoulder catch.
Really good play by Blake. That's not easy the way he was running back on that, especially with Bruton bearing down on him.
That's good communication out there because Trenton cut off. And Blake goes deep there, and he does that very well. So, again, getting out there and getting that ball in a hurry keeps the runners there. So you got one down, so now you set up a double play here. Potential, Bodie Stevenson runs well. He's top of the order. Curveball just off the plate. That's a good pitch, but again, broke off. Did not get the chase. Nope. Swing and a miss at the fastball.
Good velocity right there by Easton. I beat him that time.
1 ball, 1 strike. Breaking ball, again, bounces in. Portillo blocks it. Got to have a lot of faith in your catcher to call that pitch. The guy at third base.
Yes.
2-1 now. Nowhere to put him. Got to go get him. Fastball up, 3-1. Going to go to the rosin bag. Here's the 3-1. There's a shot up the middle. Going to be land in front of Dobbs. Will score a run. Throw home, but one base at a time right there. Good job of hitting by Stevenson to get the runner home. That's 2-0 now. And the bases will stay loaded here.
Yeah, really good job of just driving that ball up the middle, kind of sitting on that fastball because you're up in the count. I was able to get a good swing on it.
Corbin Hall going to go out and have a visit right there. And again, those balls aren't hanging. They're line shots, so it's hard to come in and come get that ball unless you're playing shallow right there. It's going to be a hard out. So Brody was able to get it in quickly, though, and hold the runners. So everybody's got a conference. Got a huddle on the third base line. Got a huddle on the mound. So So Corbin's done. So you got a good hitter coming up, but nowhere to put him. So you got one out. A lot of balls in the air, not a lot on the ground here tonight so far. You sure like to get a ground ball.
Yeah, I'd like to get, something to the corners. I'd like a double play to home to first.
Yes, I like that. Right at Temez or Easton. Almost got one there. Back to him as he fouls off a curveball. Starting him off with off speed there, not let him a chance to jump on a fastball. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Fooled him again. So he's been off on a couple of curveballs, misjudging that. Do you stick there or do you go get him with a fastball?
I think I'd stay with the curveball, but
that one bounces in, kind of hung in his hand a little bit. 1-2. Fortunately, it was far enough away that it just bounced up and hit Josh in the chest. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a high fastball.
Really good pitch right there, going up the ladder a little bit after that breaking ball bounced in.
So he got two down. Here's Boyle, the left-handed hitting first baseman. If you were watching, if you might have seen after we kind of tuned out, he kind of hobbled off the field. He was standing on the middle of the bag, kind of lost his footing there, and as Easton's coming in, stepped on him. And not malicious, he was just in the middle of the bag in the wrong spot. So, that big old sucker coming down.
I wouldn't feel good.
Running as hard as he can down the line. Hit you with those size 15s or whatever. Here's the 1-0. In for a strike. I don't know if he was going to give it to him there for a minute. So 1-1. If they can wiggle off of this hook with only one run,
that'd be huge.
Yeah, you'd feel pretty good. But you're going to have to. They're calling for a balk here, but ground ball in the hole on the left side. One run in. We'll hold them there as Walker Smith's able to get it in quickly, but in the 6 hole there, nobody there. Good job by Boyle going the other way.
Yeah, real good job of hitting, just taking that pitch is outside. You got Temez playing even with the bag and Perkins holding the runner on it short, so a little bit of a gap there, and he was able to put it right through there. He didn't really hit it that hard, just put it in the right spot.
Been a good inning. It could be a really good inning if we get another hit here with 2 outs and the base is still loaded. Starts Pickard off with ball 1. This is the 8th hitter in the inning to come to the plate. So 3-0 now. A little up and in, 2-0. You really don't want to give up any more runs in this game. It's harder they've been to come by. Here's the 3-0. Strike 1, or 2-0, 2-1. Take all the way there by Pickard. Fouls that one off, 2-2. Big pitch right here. 2-2 pitch, 2 outs, bases loaded. Curveball, a little outside, going to go full. Ball just moves so much.
It does.
If he doesn't start it out at their hip or their shoulder, it's going to get off the plate. Full count. Popped him up. Is it in play? Josh is trying. He's running. Slides. Can't get there. Good effort. It's a long run in that catcher's gear. and really too far away for Jordan to be able to help him out.
Yeah, good effort, but that's a really tough play. He's going full speed and having to judge where that wall is as well.
And more space than in a lot of places for sure. So another full count pitch on his way. Runner's going. Struck him out. No! Wow. Close pitch. Josh thought he had it. So bases loaded walk will score another run. Man, that was close.
It was. It could have gone either way.
Of course, if you're a Tiger fan or player or coach, you want the pitch, want the call. Corbin's going back out. They're going to have to take him out. Have to, right?
Yeah. Second visit.
So I think you just go to Perk here. Autry's not going to want to come out, but I don't think he's got a choice.
Nope.
Going to Dobbs.
Yep. Looks that way.
He's coming in.
Perkins isn't taking off his wristbands or anything, acting like he's going to pitch.
Changing gloves. Yeah, we got a special glove to pitch and a special glove to play outfield. Special glove to do. Man, we talked about that on the way in when everybody's walking out with their bags and stuff. We're like, okay, we didn't have bags. We had a glove, and that was it in your uniform.
Yeah. Shared helmet, shared bats.
Might have a batting glove, maybe. So, all right, Brody Dobbs is going to come in. And that's going to do it for Autry. He's going to go inning and 2/3. Has given up 4 runs. I know the first one's not earned. Not sure about this inning. I can't really keep up with that. So
we didn't have any errors. So.
No. So got a hit batter. Got a solid single. A walk. Got the fly out. Solid hit from Stevenson. Strikeout. Solid hit from Boyle, and then the walk on the close pitch. So Dobbs, you're going to go to Dobbs here to keep you in the game. Down 4. And they were hitting velocity.
Yeah.
So maybe a little more off speed, moving the ball around will see if they can give them some trouble with that. Right now we need strikes. 9th hitter in the inning, Austin Flores comes up. So
and Easton threw 47 pitches, and
that's enough.
He doesn't need it much more than that.
So the changes: Dobbs comes to the mound, Temez back to center, Autry to third. So the outfield is Walker Smith, Jordan Temez, Trenton Bruden. The infield is Easton Autry, Connor Perkins, Blake Phillips, Sean Medrano, and behind the plate, of course, is Josh Portillo on the mound. Junior Brody Dobbs. He's thrown a lot of innings for you, so he will go against the catcher, Austin Flores. Starts him out a little high. 1-0. Tigers are going to force game 3 tomorrow. They're going to have to find some offense. Strike 1, and not just a little.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot probably tonight against a really good guy.
Back pick. Great job by Perkins saving that, or saving the ribs of the runner at second base, which I believe is Boyle. He's already been stepped on. So.
Yeah. I think he might have got kind of kicked in the side a little bit as Perkins was jumping for that ball.
There's the ball, 2-1. Got to stop the bleed right here. Ball 3-1. Nowhere to go with him.
Brody's up with everything right now. He's got to make an adjustment quick.
Had a hamstring issue, so not sure which one it was. Hasn't he playing that? Walked him. That was outside. So the Tigers are doing for them what they usually have done for themselves is walks are killing them. It's another walk there. Got a hit batter and now 3 walks in the inning. All to go along with 3 hits. That's 4 runs. So it's a 5-0 game at the moment. And Cruz Velos led it off. He was hit by a pitch. He gets the strike right there.
Yeah, you can't give a good baseball team this many opportunities, free passes.
You may be playing it short, not the way you want.
Exactly.
So there's a strike right there. No balls and 2 strikes here to Cruz Velos. Swing and a miss. Dobbs gets him out. Gets the strikeout on the curveball right there. So that's going to do it as they get 4 runs on 3 hits. And going to leave them loaded. So after an inning and a half, it is 5-0 Wakeland. We'll be back after this. Well, back here, bottom of the second, Coach Autry had a nice, long discussion with his team and, just really challenging their competitive spirit.
Yeah, I mean, in a situation right here, that's what you got to do. Not a whole lot else you can do, but just challenge them. I mean, can't give up. It's only the second inning. You got to come out and be competitive in every at-bat and not take anything for granted or take anything off. So you just go out and play.
Well, I think, this is a gravy game, this series. Hey, if you win, awesome. If you don't, man, you're in the 3rd round and you played well. You've had to fight and scratch to get there all along the way. Show them what you're made of. So come out here and have fun. Go out and make something happen here. Let it fly. Foul tip. So no balls and a strike here to Jordan Tamez, leadoff hitter for the Tigers here this inning, hitting cleanup. Curveball in for strike 2. Man, that's a nice pitch.
Yeah, it really is. It's
tight. Throwing it for strike.
Yeah, I mean, and painting it for a strike, not out over the plate.
Curveball hit to center field. Drifts in, makes the play.
That one probably got more of the plate than Alexander wanted, but
hung a little too.
Yep, hung up there a little bit, but Jordan just got under it.
So here's Trenton Bruton, senior right fielder. Pitch is outside. He hit his spot, though. They were set up out there. There's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball. So we got a ball and a strike. Able to hold up on that one, 2-1. Smart job right there to go back to essentially the same pitch. See if he wanted to offer at it again.
Yep.
Good job by Bruton to learn. So. Paints the corner, 2-2. Good command.
Yeah, he does. He's hitting spots pretty well. Moving it around a little bit.
And the 2-2. Almost hit him. Burton thought he was going to get hit. Count goes full. He's prepared to take it.
You can tell that curveball has a lot of break, though, because a couple times you feel like it's going to hit somebody, and it barely misses.
So the full count here to Bruton. Outside, walked him. Good at bat there. Tigers have a base runner, their first. He's unhappy with himself out there. Showing some emotion. So if the Tigers can make that work against him.
Yeah, maybe try anything right now.
Curveball hits him. There you go. You know, that's the key in baseball or anything, life, baseball or whatever, is don't let one bad thing contribute to another.
Yep.
You know, and he walked him on a full count pitch, and he comes right back and then hits him on the first pitch. You know, you don't let those things build up in a game, in what we watch, and whether it's baseball or especially in baseball, because it's such a see that momentum take over going the other way, and the truly special guys don't let that happen. Come back and get the first pitch over for a strike, get the next guy out.
Yeah, I mean the response to something like that is what you're looking for, and as like you said, his body language after he walked, Bruton wasn't great, but then he came back and it wasn't competitive with that next pitch. So
that's that fine line between the competitive fire and emotions taking over. So you want the competitive fire, but you don't want to let that interfere with what you need to be doing to be better. And he'll learn that. First and second, one out. Throws the ball outside here to Sod. Game side the DH. Walker Smith will be on deck, and Brody Dobbs up after him if we can get there. Tigers with a chance here, maybe to get a little bit back here in the second inning, down 5. First and second. Sod pops it up. Is it going to stay in play? Flores on the track. Tries, but cannot make the play. I'm not sure it didn't hit off something, but
yeah, I think it got to the net.
So 1-1.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to at least scratch a run right here in response to that 4 they just put up.
So, Gabe Sod, senior DH, into the box. Takes a strike. 1-2. It's a good pitch. Got to just drive that ball out to right field. Or the right center. We're going to pick him, which is in the scouting report that they do like to pick. Again, it's like looking at a Coach Autry coach team. I mean, they do a lot of the same things. So a ball and 2 strikes here to Sod. And there's the pitch. Foul tip, and it's caught. Strikeout. That is 2 outs. And so Walker Smith will be up. Yeah, that's 2 outs. That was 3. Oh, they're asking for interference on the mitt. So it was a click.
Yeah,
I think it was. I think it was ball and then the ball hitting the mitt. So
that's what I thought, but I'm not sure.
Certainly don't ask. So I think that's Austin Hall from the bench saying, "Hey, he's close," and maybe hit him. So
right.
It's hard. You could hear both sounds. You know what was first. Don't know. Now he's right there. He should be able to tell.
Yes, so. He's got the best view of it.
So Walker Smith up now with 2 outs. Ground ball pass. Oh, foul ball. I thought it was going to be down the line for
it
a
almost
second.
got by a spur, but
it's going to be a strike. Would be a big hit there from Walker to get started right there and get a run home. So no balls in a strike. 2 outs, 2 on. Popped him up foul right behind the plate. Going to get out of there for its 2 strikes now. Not a great place to be in.
No. Not against this guy with the break on that curveball.
Yep.
And just don't know.
Better be ready to foul something off here. So here's the 0-2. He does. Stays alive. He's at 32 pitches here in the second, so not outrageous yet. 16 pitches an inning, so if he can get out without any further damage. And the going to inside move. Nobody there.
There's a lot of leg movement in that thing.
Boy. And the pitch is up high. Ball and 2 strikes. Good take right there. He's got to find a hole. I hadn't found a lot of holes for the 6th inning last night. So curveball again doesn't break that time. 2-2 stays way up. And they are going to throw back, and he's back there.
I get it, but you're up 5-0. Why not,
5-0, and he's not that far out, When he can get back in standing up,
yep.
I don't really. 2-2. Outside, full count. Good at bat here from Walker Smith.
Yeah, good patience up there.
Yes. Full count. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Gets the strikeout to end it. Has a couple of strikeouts in the inning. And I believe that's 3 in the game. So Tigers get a couple on. Can't do anything to get them in, though. So no runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left. Down 5 after 2 innings. We'll be back after this. All right, we are back here headed to the third inning. Steven's going to drive for a little while, and we got to get through here without giving anybody any more damage.
Yeah, it's going to be important to limit it at the 5 and not give anything else up. Let your offense try to catch up. But Brody Dobbs back on the mound for the Tigers. He'll face Spur, Dillingham, and Legal here in the top of the third. First pitch in. Spur flies foul down the right side.
Boy, Sean ran a long way.
He almost got there. He did. He went a long way. There's a lot of room down there, and he tried.
There's more room down there than in almost any major league park, especially now since Oakland's out of play.
Yep, I was going to say that. Nowadays, other than no Oakland Coliseum. So that'll be an 0-1 count now to Landon Spur. Brody Dobbs looks in, winds and delivers a curveball for a strike. 0-2 count. Good job there by Brody. Get ahead quick. Here's the 0-2. Really close. Maybe down just a tad. I'm not exactly sure.
One ball, two strikes. Really close on the plate.
Yeah. Spurs showing slash. Fouls it straight back to the catcher on the ground. So we'll try it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tigers trail at 5-0, top of the third. The grounder up the middle. High chopper. Perkins cuts across.
Nice.
Makes a nice play to get out a speedy Spur.
He showed some wheels, didn't he?
He did. He almost beat that out.
And Perkins had to play that. Yeah. There's no way Phillips makes that play.
No doubt. That was a really good job by Connor. I mean, he went a long way to cut that ball off.
And he had to get that quick jump to be able to do that. Again, he's moving toward the bag. Phillips is running toward third base. So in order to make the play, you had to have somebody with some momentum there. So good job by Connor on the break.
So 1 out here, top of the third. Dillingham stands in, takes the first pitch in for a strike. So Dobbs working ahead in the count. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2. Right on the bottom of the strike zone with the fastball there.
Threw it in under his hands, under his elbows there as he's hanging out over the plate.
So Dobbs going 0-2 on both batters so far this inning. Next pitch in is a ball, a little bit low and inside.
Kind of the same action, going right to the same place, just going lower, seeing if he'll chase it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Showing bunt, pulls it back, takes it, bounces in, and be ball number 2, so evens the count 2-2.
Dillingham has had some good at-bats.
He really has. And a lot of them with 2 strikes. He works the count. And
he had that triple with 2 strikes last night.
There's a grounder out towards shortstop. Perkins in. He makes a play, and he's going to throw him out. Another really good play by Perkins, this time going to his right on a slow bouncer.
And Easton saw that he wouldn't really be able to get there. He's able to stop and stay out of Perk's way. And again, 2 great plays showing his range and his arm, but it's not so much as a big, powerful arm. It's just a quick release and puts it where he needs to.
Yeah, gets it out really quick. Here's the first one into legal. He bunts it down the third base line. Brody Dobbs fields it, but
holy smokes, he got down there fast.
the Eagles beats it out. He did. They got some guys that can run, that's for sure. He actually dove into first base.
I mean, Brody got off the mound and made a pretty good play on it. I didn't think, in most cases, that's not going to be an issue. So.
That's a bunt hit there by Legal. It's going to bring up the top of the lineup, Bodie Stevenson. Stevenson had a single and scored in the second. Flew out to the left field in the first. About here in the third. Takes a pitch outside, ball one.
The way he ran down the line with your leadoff guy up, I think it's a great time to run right here if you're them.
Yeah, I would think so too.
2 outs. Got this guy to lead off the next inning if he gets thrown out.
Runners going. Pitches outside. Throw down by Portillo, and he got him. Good tag there too by Phillips as he's able to let the ball travel and get him up around the chest. So that'll be a thrown out base runner, base stealer, and we'll head to the bottom of the third. Tigers still trail at 5-0.
Let's get some runs, Steven.
Back here in the third, bottom of the third. Tigers trailing 5-0. We need to get some base runners and some runs in here as Dobbs will stand in as he's batting in the place of Edgar as he came in the game after the rain delay, or the second delay.
Never rained, by the way.
Yeah. Lightning delay. First pitch into Dobbs is a strike. Really never lightning while we were around here, so.
Nothing that was, well, the first time around there was the one that was close.
Ball one. 1-1's the count now on Dobbs. Alexander comes set, delivers, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, Alexander works out of the stretch all the time as well. As like you mentioned, he's kind of bent over. As tall as he is, working out of the windup might be interesting too. There's a pitch in for strike 3 as Dobbs takes it.
I had that at 2-1. I guess I was wrong.
The first pitch was, I think it was a strike.
It was all over the place.
Yeah. Here's Josh Portillo. Josh flew out to second baseman to lead off the game for the Tigers.
Maybe he goes to stretch because it's too much. He's already moving a lot anyway, so.
He probably does. Probably limits his movement, but big, long leg kick.
A lot to get out of sinker there.
1 ball, no strikes. 1 out here, bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. That one's a strike on the outside corner. Evens the count 1-1.
You know, he can throw it hard.
Yeah.
He kind of seems to settle in it, but he dialed that one up a little bit right there. So he moves his fastball velocity around quite a bit, it seems like.
There's a curveball off the plate. Flores tried to pull it back, but had to pull it way back to even get into the strike zone. So doesn't fool the ump there. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's a pitch. It's outside also. 3 balls, 1 strike now. Portillo up in the count.
Infield is not playing in at all. Josh can get a bunt down. And he runs well, so.
Here's the 3-1. Fouled back. Almost got that one pretty well, but just off the top of the bat. Even full count now.
I think that was up.
It was. One of those, probably if he takes it, it's a ball 4. Full count now. Portilla calls time. Fairly quickly. I think he wanted to reset himself. Here's a pitch. Just behind him, going to walk him. So Portilla has a good at bat. Works a walk. Third base runner, they've all reached by a walk or hit by a pitch. Perkins will come to the plate now with a runner on first, 1 out. Alexander picks over at first, but Portillo back.
So in your research, did you see difficulties at times, or walks being a part of his issue? Did he have issues with walks?
I haven't seen that. There's a bunt straight back to Alexander.
No,
he throws it away, throws it down the right field line.
That's trouble.
That's going to score Portillo. It's going to have Perkins all the way to third. As there's so much territory, there's no way for them to not be able to get it. So we will score a run without a hit.
He put some juice on that ball going to first base.
They threw that one, probably 87 or
yeah.
What he throws into the pitcher. But, the catcher, man, that's a big help right there. Get the Tigers on the board and brings up Easton Autry.
Now with 1 out, again, a mid-range fly ball or even a short fly ball has a chance to score Connor Perkins. So.
Ball outside.
They're playing back here, infield-wise, even at the corner, conceding a run. So you see that, right? So you're going on contact. Unless it's right at third base.
Right at third is probably the only place you don't. There's a fouled back by Easton Autry. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's wanting to yank that ball.
Yeah.
That was in. He's trying to turn on it.
Alexander comes set. Perkins at third now. Alexander steps off.
Well, during the initial rain delay or lightning delay, we were in the field house. They had an indoor cage in there, and they were hitting a little off the tee. Easton's hitting off the tee, and
foul ball.
And then a little soft toss, and just watching the ferocity of a ball he hits, how hard the sound is so different. Watching it in a game is one thing, but being up close and seeing it in a cage setting, that's just a different level.
It is. Here's the 1-2. Up high, 2-2.
You definitely didn't stand too close to the net because it was going to move a lot.
He had a bat. He said it was Hunter's that he was going to use tonight, but he didn't want him to, and I see it's not the one he's using. So Dad always wins on that, I'm sure. There's a strike in there.
He disagrees with that call.
Takes a pitch. I think it was low, but
did look a little low.
That'll be ball out number 2. Bring up Jordan Tamez.
He's got a great eye, and he usually knows the strike zone about as good as anybody up there. But that doesn't always mean what you think is not going to be what it's called always.
Tamez fouls the first pitch in back.
You're not going against the machine, the camera.
Right.
The strike zone. The K zone.
Yeah, you don't have that in high school for sure. Perkins gets a lead. There's a ground ball out to second by Tamez. Throws over and gets the out. So easy out there to end the inning. But the Tigers do pick up 1 run on no hits. They do leave a runner. We'll head to the top of the 4th. Tigers trail at 5-1. All right, we're back here, top of the 4th. The Wolverines of Wakeland will be back up to the plate, and it'll be the top of their order. Probably a big inning here for Brody, as he has to work through the top of the order, trailing 5-1.
You know you want to say it. What was the movie? Red Dawn.
Yeah.
You know you want to say it. 0-1. Here's a curveball in for a strike. 0-2 as Dobbs is quickly ahead. Nice start right there from Brody. Got a nice job. One of the runners scored, but he was able to get out of the bases loaded. Had a good inning last inning. So.
Curveball line foul down the right field line. Stevenson was slashing again with 2 strikes, very similar. Only other team I've ever seen do that we've played consistently.
Certainly. Yeah, that's the extent.
There's a grounder to the 3rd. Autry gets it, throws over. Easy out there to lead off the inning. Good job there by Easton to get that hop and make a good, hard, strong throw.
Yeah, you got to come get that, or you're going to get stuck in a in-between hop right there. You was able to come in and get it and make a good throw and make it look routine.
And they'll bring up Will Jamison, shortstop for Wakeland. Going to try to bunt a curveball and misses. Struck out his last time up against Easton Autry.
And I like making the big guy get off the mound on some bunts like Perkins did. Here's
the 0-1. There's a fly ball center field that's not going to be able to get to it. It wasn't hit very hard, kind of off the end of the bat. And drops in front of Jordan Tamez. And they'll have a runner on first with 1 out.
Jordan, you got a good jump on it and looking at it, but then you realize, I'm not going to get there, so he settled in to Play it and get it back in.
It's going to bring up Michael Boyle. Boyle, the first baseman. Had a base hit his last time up. Dobbs hits him with the first pitch on the foot. Put runners at first and second with one out.
He's been stepped on.
He has.
Maybe got stepped on at second base on the pickoff. It almost took out a couple of ribs. And now he got
one of those nights for Boyle.
Yeah, well, that one didn't hurt too bad. He shouldn't be too worried about that one.
So now you'll see Pickard stand in with runners on first and second. There's the pitch. Bounces in, ball one.
Good pick there by Josh. The runners on base. Keep them where they are.
Brody comes set, checks the runner second, delivers another one that bounces in. So 2 balls, no strikes.
They've been careful with Pickard.
Yeah.
When he's been up.
Yeah, he's walked twice tonight. Now, Corbin Hall is going to call time and walk out to talk with Brody. One thing with all this foul territory, it takes the coaches a long time to get out
sure
there.
Sure does. It's a lot of walking.
And get his steps in tonight.
Got to make up for all that sitting around we did
exactly.
for 3 hours.
Brody's done a pretty good job since he's come in, been able to work through some things, but we also know he's had some hamstring or quad problems. So
conference over.
So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out here as Pickard will come back to the plate. Boyle at first, Jamison at second. Here's the pitch. Down low, ball 3. 3-0 count now. Austin Flores waits on deck. And that one's low, so he walks Pickard on 4 straight. 3rd walk of the night for Pickard. That'll load the bases for Austin Flores, the catcher. He shouldn't have had his shin guards on. There was only 1 out.
He's a pessimist. Thought they were going to hit into a double play.
Flores walked his last time up, had a single his first time up. Stands in with a chance to add to the Wolverine runs. Here's the pitch. Ball high, I guess. Curveball. Looked like it got in there, but.
And again, we're up high, so it's hard for us to tell. It looks like where Josh caught it was not bad a spot. So
here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Good job there.
Ran it in on him, didn't he?
Yeah, put it in right on his hands and able to get it a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded. Dobbs delivers. Curveball in for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I'm not sure that was much different than that first one he called a ball, but.
Close pitches. Very close.
Here's the 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Good job there by Josh to block that one. Short hopped him on outside. Calls timeout. Does Flores. Flores showing bunt, slashing. Fouls it over to the right side by the Wolverine dugout. So we reset. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dobbs looks like he's having trouble seeing the signs. I think it's taking him a little longer.
Want to put some fingernail polish on those hands, on those nails, so he can see them.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's a pitch. Outside, runs it full.
Can't be that careful, really, with bases loaded.
No.
Can't try to pick at it. Here's some fans complaining, but it was outside.
It was. Here's the 3-2. Outside as well. Going to walk in a run.
Not that far outside. There were some of those called strikes last time, by the way. Just depends on the taste of the guy doing the calling. So
that'll be 1 run in. Makes it 6-1 now. Wakeland. It's going to bring up Cruz. Velos. I was afraid I'd say it wrong. So
yeah, well, who knows if that's right? But
he fouls the first pitch away.
Do no Cruz.
Bases still loaded. 1 out. Dobbs comes set. Here's the pitch. Down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Velos struck out his last time. Was hit by a pitch his first time. Here's the 1-1. In for a strike outside corner. Pretty good spot right there by Brody.
It was. I'm not sure it's much different than the one I just walked Pickard on, but
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Flores, excuse me. Trying to get hit.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Brody Dobbs.
Change up?
Yeah, I think it was.
Had more of a straight.
Yeah, break or kind of drop down.
Yep.
That'll be 2 outs. It's going to bring up Landon Spur. Spur had a really hard hit in the 2nd inning. Takes the first pitch as a ball. Here's the 1-0. Nope, Brody's going to step off. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Two outs here. Love to leave it with them just getting 1 this inning.
Yeah. You can't afford to give up anymore.
Swing fouls, ground ball down the 3rd base line. Makes the count 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. It's fouled off as well. 2-2. Spur out in front of both those. So he'll show Slash again with the 2-2 count. Liner out to right field, but Bruton doesn't have to move, and it's right to him. So it'll be out number 3, and the Wolverines will leave the bases loaded. They do pick up the 1 run on the 1 hit, and we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Tigers trail at 6-1. All right, we're back here, bottom of the 4th. Tigers trail at 6-1. Trenton Bruton, Sean Madrano, and Gabe Sod will face Zeke Alexander. Alexander's at 54 pitches through 3 innings. Bruton walked his last time up. He'll take the first pitch outside. One ball, no strikes.
Park's going to go down, throw a little bit. No, it's the same spot.
That was outside. That was even further than some.
That was further than the last one.
Yep. One ball, 1 strike. If you're still joined with us, it's after midnight now, so.
We are playing Saturday baseball.
Here's the 1-1. It's inside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I mean, the one we walked, the bases loaded a while ago was, anyway.
2 balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Fastball gets by Bruton. Evens the count 2-2.
Good fastball right there going in, throwing an elevated fastball. Good velocity on it. Gonna be right in Bruton's wheelhouse. Wanted to swing at it for sure.
Here's the 2-2.
There you go.
Liner out to left field. Left fielder's in. He's going to make the catch. That's Pickard out there in left field, and he got a good jump on that ball. It wasn't hit super hard. It looked like a pretty good line drive, and he's able to come in and make an easy catch.
Just hung up long enough, and he made a good jump on it, but best hit ball of the night for the Tigers.
It really is, and Sean Madrano will stand in, still looking for a Tigers' first hit. We'll try to break that right now. There's a pop-up fouled back. It's going to get out of play. Hits the tin roof. No balls, 1 strike. Alexander comes set, delivers a high fastball swung on and missed by Madrano.
Similar to last time, maybe that ball's running in and looks better when they start their swing, but by the time it's there, it's kind of up and in on them.
Here's the 0-2 curveball, strikes him out looking as Madrano takes that.
Must have had a lot of break on it to get down from where that ball was coming across.
So that'll be the second out.
12-6 looking things there. That's not his normal pitch.
No, it's
normally
not that.
Throwing the slider.
Bring up Gabe Sod.
That hurts a big changeup.
That was the 6th strikeout by Alexander. Sod hits a foul ball long ways, but way foul on the left side. Strike one. No balls, one strike, 2 outs. Fastball outside.
That was 2 balls inside of the one he called a strike a while ago.
1 ball, 1 strike. There's a fly ball, a foul. First baseman Boyle gives chase, but it'll reach the stands. Our other district teams, Midlothian and Midlothian Heritage, both won. Heritage lost, Midlothian won, but that evens both their series, so they'll be playing a game 3 tomorrow or today.
Midlothian really had a chance to finish it up. They had 4 errors last night.
Yep.
Turned a 1-0 lead into what, 4-1?
4-1 loss.
Yeah.
2-2 now as ball high in there to Sod.
And so Heritage today, they won 6-0 yesterday and lost 2-0 today. So an epic battle tomorrow between 2 really good teams.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. Strikeout. 2 of the inning and 7 on the night. And we'll head to the top of the 5th. Tigers trailing 6-1. All right, we're back here, top of the 5th. Wakeland will send up number 8 hitter, Cooper Dillingham. Then Austin Legal, then back to the top of the order with Bodie Stevenson. Brody Dobbs back on the mound for the Tigers. Dillingham takes the first pitch in as a strike. Good job there by Brody to get ahead in the count. Dobbs delivers. I guess it looked about the same spot to me, but called a ball, so 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Lindner out to center. Temez turns, runs, and gets under it. Catches the ball for the first out of the inning. Good job there by Temez. He got a little bit turned around as that ball was coming from a left-hander, so it was slicing back towards left field. Made the adjustment. It's going to bring up Austin Legal, center fielder. Had a base hit his last time up and then was caught stealing. Here's the pitch. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Dobbs ready. He winds and delivers. Curveball, nice pitch there as Legal swings over the top of it. Sharp break there on the curveball. 0-2 count as Dobbs is quickly ahead in the count. Legal almost offers at it, but is able to check his swing for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out here. Top of 5. Here's the pitch. Curveball back to Dobbs at the mound. He'll field and throw over to first for the 2nd out. Good play there by Brody. That'll bring up Bodie Stevenson, leadoff hitter, but now with 2 outs.
Good job there getting those first 2 guys out. Jumping on them.
Both guys, he's heading the count early. Here's the first pitch into Stevenson. It's outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Grounder to the third, backhanded by Autry. On the run,
Man,
makes a nice
play.
throw to first base, gets the out. That'll end the inning, so no hits, no runs, no errors, none left. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Tigers need some runs as they trail at 6-1. All right, we're back here, bottom of the 5. Tigers trailing 6-1. They'll send up Walker Smith, Brody Dobbs, and then back to the top of the order with Josh Portillo.
Brody's done a good job. He's probably only officially given up 1 run in the ball game. Kept them tight, giving them some short innings, chance to get back out there and hopefully score some runs. But need Walker to get on base right here and get this thing started.
Tigers still looking for their first hit of the night. They have had a few base runners. Walker Smith stands in. Shows bunt, is able to take it for ball 1.
Must have been up a little bit.
Here's the 1-0. Fly ball on the infield. Third baseman Spur under it. He'll make the catch for the first out of the inning. Brings up Brody Dobbs. Alexander ready. He delivers. Dobbs going to bunt it right back to Alexander. Alexander fields, throws to first, and gets the out this time.
Got to get that ball a little bit farther away. Make him run a little bit.
Not allow him to set himself and throw as sure as he did that time. That'll be 2 outs that bring up the leadoff hitter for the Tigers, Josh Portillo. Walked his last time up.
Looked like he ran pretty good right there. Dobbs for the hamstring issue, so hopefully he didn't aggravate it, but got down the line quick.
First pitch in is a ball low outside. One ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0. It's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the 2-0. Fly ball left side. Shortstop Jamison back. He's going to make the catch in the grass. That'll be a quick 1-2-3 inning for Alexander. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Tigers still trail it 6-1.
Well, here we are back to the top of the 6th inning. Tigers need to put up a 0 here and got a couple more chances at the plate, but down 6-1 as we go in. Brody Dobbs came into the game in the 2nd inning, has done a good job, and coming in to a difficult spot. 1 run scored he inherited, but that was it with the bases loaded, and gave up 1 there in the 4th. So done a good job since that time. He will face the number 2 hitter, Will Jamison, here in the 6th inning. Ball is low, bounces in. Jamison reached on an error, came around to score, struck out, and also had a base hit and scored in the 4th. So another ball low. I was trying to pull it up for the ump, but it was definitely low. Ground ball to Autry. Stumbles out of the box, so easy play there for Autry. 1 down. Brings up the first baseman, Michael Boyle. He's grounded to 3rd. Got a base hit and was hit by a pitch, so. Left-handed hitter steps in. First pitch is a ball. So the 1-0 is ball 2. Falling behind. Gonna do a little rosin there and get a little better grip.
Help that curveball a little bit.
The 2-0. Ground ball past the diving Autry. Good job going the other way for Boyle. He's had a good night. Second hit there in the 6 hole tonight.
Good night despite getting stepped on and hit by a pitch.
Yeah.
Kicked.
Can't complain after that. So, base hit. I believe I got 7 hits for them. Is that right?
I think you're right. I lost count too.
There's the ball here. 1 out, runner on first base. This is Garrett Pickard, who has walked 3 times. Acting like he's Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
Or Barry Bonds up there. He's walked every time.
Yeah, 7 hits. That's what the book has as well.
Okay. Good pitch right there. Strike 1. Good location.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you know the umpire's giving you that, maybe a little bit more.
There's the 1-1. A little low, 2-1. Flags are still. Stands are not near as full as they would have been if we'd have played this game on time. Here's the 2-1. Way outside. Bounces in. Josh blocks it. Keeps it in front. 3 balls and a strike right here. He's down to Pickard. He's trying to pick up the 4th walk of the night for him.
You don't see that too often.
No. Guess it's up. Again, up here it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Another walk. So 2 on. His 4th walk. So 4 strikeouts, the golden sombrero. What is 4 walks? So, see if we're going to go to Perkins here.
Maybe Tamez. He's running.
That could be Tamez. One way he'll either go to the short. He'll either have to go to short or to the mound. So, and he is coming to the mound. So, if somehow you scored enough runs to win this game, you got Perkins to go tomorrow. So
that's true.
So Brody Dobbs will go back to center field. They'll switch. So, again, good work from Brody.
Yeah, I thought he came in and did what he needed to do. I mean, gave up the 1 run on his own. I think he allowed one of Easton's guys to score, but overall, pretty good performance.
Got him at 3 2/3. So, good effort for him tonight, coming in relief. So, it brings up Jordan Tamez, Jr., whatever he is, center fielder, shortstop, third baseman, now pitcher. We've seen him play second base as well. So he inherits 2 runners. So he'll have had a hit by Boyle and a walk there to Pickard. Set this up. Got 1 out. See if he can come in and get a ground ball and double up and get out of here. So
he threw in the second game over at Belton, did a pretty good job coming in a tough situation. Looks like they've got somebody throwing down there in the pen as well. I think it's maybe they're two guys that typically close for them.
73 pitches for Zeke Alexander, so
yeah,
he's fine on pitches. So, you got number 4, Austin Flores, up at the plate. He's singled and walked twice. So, good night behind the plate. Picked up an RBI there in the first. So, Josh and Jordan having a good visit out there. So, All right, let's go. It's 12:25. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 1 to Flores. Good thing is he didn't come in with the bases loaded, so bad news is there's 2 on. So bounces that one in, 2-0. So Flores again trying to get on base for the fourth time tonight. In for a strike. There you go, Jordan. 2 balls and a strike.
Tiger pitchers have walked 7 and hit 2 tonight. That's not
a winning formula. And again, you're playing a team much like in your mold of pitch, play defense, don't be yourself, and you give them opportunities, they're going to take advantage. Ball 4. So another walk. So bases loaded now. Cruz.
That's 9.
Cruz is not hitting.
It's the pinch hitter the other night, last night.
Yep.
That hit for Boyle last night.
Came in and got a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
So bases loaded. 1 out here for the pinch hitter. Double play depth in the middle. Starts him out with a ball. Nowhere to go. That one's going to get away. Bounces away. Bounced in. We'll score a run.
Yeah, there's a lot of room behind here, too. So
yes, yeah.
No real chance to one that gets all the way back.
So a wild pitch there, scores a run. And that was definitely a wild pitch. So 2-0. Gets the strike there, 2-1. Takes off any double play opportunities. Going to play Perkins about halfway, and Phillips back, trying to get out. Swing in the middle, or foul ball. So 2-2.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pitch there by Tamez, running that one in on him.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes here to the pinch hitter. Did he go? We did not. Full count. First base is open, but then you get some outs. Ball 4. This could get ugly quick if we don't get something going here. Could be the last inning if they able to convert a few hits, and I think that's going to do it here for Jordan. Nobody warming up, so it'll be somebody on the field, which probably means it would be Perkins if you make a change. And he just handed in the ball. So we'll try something else here. Bring Connor Perkins in here with the bases loaded and 1 out. So Josh misses. Mercer gets away. Kind of standing on his knee. He couldn't reach over there and get it. But they have a couple guys milling around the bullpen down there. I don't know that we'll see a change or not. But they have not had to go to game 3 yet, so they hadn't had to throw another starter. So
no, they've used both. I think the guy that threw last night, Turner Corey, and a guy named Thomas Surratt. But like you said, they're only at 73 pitches, so if they do go that way, it's just to get an inning.
So Connor Perkins is going to try to stop the bleed here, keep it at a 6-run deficit. Okay, he's loose, he's ready. So Connor Perkins comes on in a tight spot.
Bases loaded, nowhere to put this guy.
Got to throw strikes. Landon Spur, 1 for 3. Rain soon expected at your location. That would be great. So here's the first pitch. It's a ball. All of a sudden struggling with the strike zone. There he goes. Chopper foul. 1-1. So Tamaz goes to the shortstop. Perkins goes to the mound. Ball and a strike. Gets the strike call there. Just never know. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A little further, well, a lot further out, so 2-2. Now, the other one's at least borderline right there. It made him think about it and had to call. So 2-2. Fly ball, right. Bruton is there. Will not be running. So 2 down. And so Cooper Dillingham will be up with the bases loaded. They have left the bases loaded twice, by the way.
Yeah.
So it could be a
lot
worse, right? So, and we still do not have a hit. Do have a run. So we finally scored a run on them in the playoffs
without a hit.
They have not given up any runs, so no shutout, but got a no-hitter intact. And Perkins gets over for strike 1 here to Dillingham, left-handed hitter. Gonna step off here, get a little rosin. In for strike 2. Good pitch.
Yeah, really good spot right there by Connor.
What time of that game in Jacksonville? And we had the doubleheader over there against Marshall.
It was really late. I don't remember.
It was after 12:30.
Yeah,
right?
It was.
Fouled off, and I had to drive back from Jacksonville, so this isn't as bad.
Yeah.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Dillingham. As Perkins tries to get out of this inning without giving up any more runs. He's a strike away from doing it. And he gets it. Nice change up there away from the left-handed hitter. Gets the strikeout and gets out of the inning. So they pick up a run on a hit and leave them loaded. So it's 7-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. And you get these Tiger bats going. All right, bottom of the 6th inning. Tigers got to get some work done right here. It's going to be Perkins, Autry, and Tamez due up right here. Zeke Alexander still in the ball game for the Wakeland Wolverines. So first pitch on the way. There's a line drive towards center field, drifting back, but it's right there. He just didn't have to go anywhere for it. Pretty well hit, but just right at him.
Yeah, didn't really have to move, just drift back a little bit, make an easy catch.
So Easton Autry is up here. He smashes one in the gap. That's going to get down, and it does. It'll get to the wall. He's on his way to second, going to go to third. Center fielder made a good effort at it, but won't have it. It'll be a triple here to break up the no-no. And that ball was hit.
Yeah, he smoked that ball into that gap. I mean, really, for legal to even make that close was
yes.
something, but
it came back to get him.
Yeah.
Being that close, yep. He wasn't able to cut it off. And gave it an effort and got to the wall. So we'll have Easton at third base with one out here. And we have had guys there before and didn't get those guys in. But here's Jordan Tamez with a chance to bring home a run. Got one of them in on the error. He scored from first, right?
Yep.
So, ball one here to start out Jordan. Not deep fly, but a fly ball to short right field. Second baseman goes back, fakes the tag, and great job getting that ball in. Stevenson turns and threw a bullet to the first baseman at the cutoff man. Jordan pops out here to deep right or short right field. Deep play for the second baseman.
Really good arm there. A lot of times the second baseman doesn't get to show his arm, but Stevenson showed it there.
So here's Bruton. Possibly his last at bat here if Tigers don't get some runs as a senior. Certainly would like to get a base hit in your last at bat. Pop that one foul, going to get out. May not be thinking it in the moment, but you know. Here's the old good curveball in for strike. 0-2 now. So if Trent can get a hold of one here and bring Easton home. 0-2. Not a strike on that call. It's a pretty good pitch, though. I'm sure Zeke would like to have it. A few groans in the stands. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Put a little extra on that one.
Did.
Seems like.
Lost a little bit higher on that one.
2-2 on the way. Fouled it off. Stays alive. Two balls, two strikes, two outs. Runner at third. Ball three. I think Trent, he did work a walk back in the second. Lined out to left back in the fourth. So full count pitch on the way. Walked him inside. Brings up Sean Medrano.
Good at bat there by Trenton to be able to work that walk.
3 walks in the game plus a hit batter for Alexander. 7 strikeouts. I think that's where he still is. Pretty close to his average, at least in the playoffs. Strike one. Just had average 9 a game in the 2 games. So. Ball here to Medrano, 1-1. He's got that couple of steps to get up and get set.
Yeah.
Ground ball to the left side. Shortstop goes in the hole, slides. Gets up to throw. It's going to be wide. Good job over there by Boyle to keep it close, not to give it away, but that's going to be an infield hit and an RBI there for Sean Medrano. Tigers cut it to 7-2, and we'll have runners at first and second with 2 outs. Good job to keep it on the infield there by Jamison.
Phillips is going to hit for himself.
Will hit instead of Gabe Sod. As a senior, give him a last at bat. Joe's bunt takes a strike. Been a good player for the Tigers. Last year, played infield, second base, left field, kind of back and forth. It is 7-2, and you're picking here. It was a real lot closer because he put it in a great spot.
He did. Put it right on the spot where Tag was there. Bruton beat it barely.
Oh, 1 to Blake. Swing and a miss. 0-2. So 0-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Outside, 1-2. Mm, 89 pitches. Ball. 2-2.
Good patience and good eye right there by Blake.
Again, throwback, and that's going to. They hit the bag or did it hit Trenton?
I think it hit Trenton's foot.
He waved off the umpire. Maybe he got the sole or something.
Yeah.
So we got 2-2 is the count here to Blake Phillips. Trying to extend this inning. Looks like Maddox Dill is going to hit for Dobbs. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And that's going to do it. Tigers do finally get a hit. Turn that into a run. Get a lead off or a one-out triple by Autry. And then a hit from Medrano to drive him in. And so they get one run on 2 hits. No errors. 2 left. So it's 7-2 as we go to the 7th. We'll be right back. All right, we are on to the 7th inning. Tigers get one back. It's 7-2 as we head to the 7th. And Perkins will be back out here to face 9-1-2. That'll be the 5th at bat for Bodie Stevenson, the leadoff hitter. You don't normally see that too many times in a 7-inning game. And they only have 7 runs.
Yes.
They have left 10 runners on base. Left them loaded 3 times. Strike 1 here to Legal.
They've got both their pitchers down there, 2 of them warming up down there.
It was a great hit by Easton Autry. That ball was lasered. 1-1. Count now to Legal. Outside, 2 balls and a strike.
Starting to rain.
All right. Adam says it's starting to rain.
Oh, great.
2 balls and a strike. Well, as long as there's no lightning, we can get this thing over with. 2-2. Be fun driving home in that. Hopefully it's not too bad. Trying to get the leadoff man here. Swing and a miss. Got him. Change up.
Yeah, really good pitch right there.
Just kind of fell off the table right there.
Yeah, swung over the top as it dropped.
So Coach Autry's, what's he got going here? It's a lineup thing. Yeah, they missed a guy. That was legal, right? If that wasn't legal, if that was Bodie Stevenson there, they batted out of turn.
I think you're right.
So they'd both be out, right? There'd be 2 outs. So, looking at the book. I just assumed it was legal because that's who was supposed to be up. I didn't even look at his number. I mean,
Yeah,
how do you not know you were up when the inning was over? So here we go. I guess we can have video. We can go. You can pull it up on YouTube and go back and see who was up. So. So now he's calling for help. Oh, Monty will know the rule.
12 actually was the last batter, which is legal.
That just struck out?
No, that was the last at bat in the last inning. Brody Dobbs, the grounder back to Dobbs. I'm looking at it's number 12 right there.
Well, didn't Dillingham strike out to end the inning?
No, Dillingham struck out, but that. Let's see.
Dobbs wasn't pitching.
I meant Perkins.
That 1-3 was back in the fifth.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What number is that? No, I think you're right.
So now Stevenson's going to come to the plate. Does he get to bat again?
Yeah, the out-of-place batter is out.
Okay. All right, man. I get two chances.
Yeah, because I think.
But he struck out. He struck out. So how is?
But you have to let him finish his at bat before you call that, I believe. Otherwise, they could swap him in.
Yes. There's going to be a chopper to third. Autry's up with it. Throws it over. Going to be a scoop. Oh, he can't hang on to it. Again, charging in. And Sean just got the hop, hit the glove, but just didn't hang on to it. That's got to be an error, but, man, that's hard to give that to the Easton. So, I guess the batting practice paid off because he got on base. So, will be a shot right at Dobbs. Will be an out. 2 outs.
I don't know how you do that if you're legal. How you not? How do you know you?
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, man, I was on deck. I mean, they're keeping a game changer in their dugout. I mean,
yep.
Some mama or daddy's in the stands with knows their baby's about to bat. So, 2 outs, ball outside. This is Boyle, and we know for sure that's Boyle hitting. He is not, well, he's been out once today. Got a couple of hits, been hit by pitch. Foul ball. 1-1. Connor's done a nice job since coming in the game.
Yeah, he has. He's settled it down and really attacked these guys.
Throw down to first. And knocked it down. Ball was skipping down there now.
Yeah, that was a tough play for Medrano just to knock it down. I could have ended up out there in the right field corner.
Two-one pitch. Fly ball. Short in the outfield. Coming on. Nobody's going to have a chance. And it bounces weird. So get it in. Got it in there. Going to hold him to first and third. Again, just no man's land right there. Weak fly ball off the handle.
3 hits on the night for Boyle.
Yep. Wasn't pretty. Those other 2 were good, solid hits through the 6-hole, but that one worked out. When it's your night, it's your night. 3 for 4 night.
See if Picker can walk for the 5th time. They get the golden walker or something like that.
Perkins went right at him.
Yep.
Fouled that one off. Fouls another one off. 0-2.
Good job by Perkins to going right at him right here.
Mm-hmm. You don't get to sit up there and watch pitches.
No.
They're going after him. 0-2. Fouls another one off. Been late on all of them.
Yeah, really late on that one. I pulled it out of Josh's glove.
The 0-2 pitch. Ground ball to shortstop. Tamez up with it. Makes the play. And he did hang the bag. Good stretch there by Medrano. And so the Tigers get out of any issues. Got no runs, no hits, 1 error, 2 left. As we go to the bottom of the 7th, this is it coming up for the Tigers. Do or die. We'll be right back. All right, we go to the bottom of the 7th. Going to have a new pitcher. Thomas Seward is right-hander out there. Probably decent velocity, mid 80s probably, and little sidearmish, 3/4. So Cade Mitchell's going to hit for Walker. Left-handed hitter. Seen him run a lot. And looks like Maddox Dill is on deck. We'll hit for Brody Dobbs. Left-handed hitter up. Takes the ball away. Up and in, 2-0. Get Maddox up next, and then you'll be back to the top of the order. Swing and a miss. 2-1. It's a pretty good pitch right there.
Yeah, it was. Running back away from Mitchell.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. It's a pretty good fastball.
Yeah, he has a pretty good fastball. I think I had that he's 86, 87 topping.
2-2. Swing and a miss with a strikeout. Looks like he's got some sink on that ball right there. One down. So Maddox Dill will be up. Freshman. Sure we'll see plenty of that next year over the next 3. His granddad made it back from Lubbock from his big sister's graduation. So curveball stays in. Here's the 1-0. Takes the ball 2. Got behind 2-0 to Mitchell as well.
Maddox had the hits over there at Waco against Belton, but he's had some really good
strike 1.
Really good at-bats in the few that he's gotten here late in the season.
No, we were over Midlothian. He worked a big walk in a pinch hit roll. Kind of led to big inning. Ball high, 3-1. So 3 balls in a strike here, 1 down. Tigers down to their last 2 outs. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch right there.
So full count. Swing and a miss. Chasing a high fastball. 2 down. Pitching's not really an issue for these guys.
No.
They got more guys to go.
We've seen 4, and they've all been really good.
Yeah, all those strikes. So here's Josh Portillo. Curveball in for a strike.
Yeah, Flores was set up way outside. He missed his spot, but it was a perfect strike.
The 0-1.
Same thing.
Strike 2. Looks like it's going to be inside. Ben's back over the plate. The 0-2 here to Portillo. Check swing. Pitcher exit. Jogs over. He'll step on the bag, and that'll do it. Here for the Tigers in Wakeland. Wakeland will win, advance to the regional finals, and where they will either play Midlothian Heritage or Lovejoy. So that ought to be a good series. They'll run out to center field, and that's going to do it for the Corsicana Tigers in the 2025 season. An excellent season for them as they get to 3 rounds deep. They win 2 playoff series, so that's a win.
Yeah, I mean, you came in and early in the season, if you go all the way back to Crandall and Kaufman, those early season series, you kind of felt like, well, man, if we could even make the playoffs, it'd be a success. Yep. And to be able to have a little bit of a run, it's always fun to get 3 rounds deep.
Yeah, you're facing 3 tough series. You're at that point in 5th place. You sweep Midlothian, you sweep Red Oak, and then you get the first win against Ennis, and you're locked in. That's really all that mattered, and they were able to get it done. And so now they make it to here, and you knew Frisco Wakeland was going to be an extremely difficult opponent. They had not been giving up any runs, literally.
Yeah.
So you knew it was going to be a tough battle, and it was going to be incumbent on you not to give up any. And Pancho did a great job last night. Only gave up 2, but and only one of those was earned, I believe. And so you just couldn't get those runs across when you had that chance.
Yeah, and you mentioned that. It really shows you what a good job Miranda has done this season, because this team, that's a good, a decent hitting team, Wakeland. I mean, they put some barrels on balls tonight. He did that last week against Wilson also. I mean, those guys were aggressive. Miranda goes out, pitches, gives up 3 runs, but only a few hits, and he's just done a really good job. And man, this Wakeland team is pretty impressive. I think I'd love to see these guys match up with Heritage. I'd just like to see that matchup. I think it'd be a fun one to watch.
Well, Heritage got to get through Lovejoy tomorrow to make that happen, but that ought to be a good game 3 there as well. Again, last game always means goodbye to the seniors, and we got Phillips and played 3 years on this varsity team. You've got Trenton Bruton, who's been a fixture in right field the last two seasons. You got Isaiah, who's really come on as your ace pitcher this year. He was your number 1 guy. He really locked that down. He was just dominant, and this playoff run's been great. So hand off to him, and just for coming in as a senior and really dedicating to doing that. And then, the rest of the guys that we don't see on the field all the time, like Cade Mitchell came in, got a at bat there, and
Colton Stewart,
who's just a rock in the dugout. He's the guy. He takes care of everything for them, the game changer, and he just got a few at bats this season, and just one of those guys, those good guys on the team. Yeah,
it's a good group of seniors. Like you said, I mean, you can see they all love Colton, as everybody's giving him hugs, and he's spent a lot of his time with this team, helping them get better, doing the things, and that's what this group of seniors are. You mentioned Blake. Blake's been so solid at second base.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen some pretty good infielders, and he's done as well at second base as we've seen in quite a while. Made a lot of great plays over there. And then Trenton was the surprise last year.
Yes.
And to see him be able to come in and continue to do that, I mean, it's a good group of seniors, and they'll be missed. And, you go through a program, Coach Autry's program, as a senior, it's not just about baseball. It's about everything else. And those guys will go on to have a good college wherever they go, whatever they do. If they get to play some more, and they're like, Isaiah's going to play a little more, and that's great. I mean, that's a great opportunity for him. So I'm happy for those guys. I wish them the best.
Well, again, it's been an honor to do this this season again. And, watching Coach Autry and his team and his coaches coach and be around what they do, and they do it right. They play the game the right way. They are taught the right things to do. They spend a lot of time outside of just baseball character things, and I know that's important. And so looking forward to next season as this team returns a ton of regular players. A lot of these guys have been 2-year players, and and then the young guys, you get glimpses of Maddox Dill and Jackson McGraw, seeing those guys come up. Gabe Edgar is sophomore, so you see a lot of the glimpses. You know what's going to happen. These guys are just going to get better. They're going to spend time working and getting better all summer and all fall, and come back next year ready to do it again.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of Maddox pitching over against Belton, and that was exciting because that's the first time I'd seen him pitch.
Yep.
I thought his velocity was really good as a freshman to be able to come in and throw and match that guy for them. And so, give him another year of growth, another year of maturity, and he'll definitely be a contributor next year on the mound and probably with the bat as well. So the young guys stepping in and a good group coming back. So there's a lot of optimism in the Tiger program, and so you can move on for this and start working on next year.
Yeah, your guys that you knew coming in how they were going to do, Connor and Easton and Josh and those guys that you've seen play, but Sean Medrano really stepping into a nice role. Got Gabe Sod, senior Gabe Sod, who, as the DH, had some big hits, especially in that run through district when you needed those hits.
Very big.
So, again, just watching these guys and what they do, I'm sure we missed some other kids, but hopeful to what's going forward, and then graduation's right around the corner, and so great season for them, and those parents, all the miles they've traveled and all the things they do to get their kids to all these travel games and to prep and all the miles you do. So congratulations to Coach Autry and his staff on a great season, another 22-win season or so. And, playoffs every year, 14 years. Is it 14?
Yeah, 14, I think.
14, ever since 2012. He's made the playoffs every season, never a miss. So, and more often than not, you go at least 2 rounds and a lot of third-round appearances. So,
yeah, I mean, he's been as good as he gets. I mean, you can't talk about ever being in a situation where you feel like you're getting out-coached. I mean, he's got, in game, out of game. I mean, obviously Derek played for him, so I have a lot of love for him, but, I mean, you can't ask for a better coach in a high school program, in my opinion.
Well, I certainly want to thank Adam for this season, football and baseball, getting us up and running and going, and Laney for all her help here in the playoffs, and all the crew that he brings back home. And, it's going to be fun. Honey, I'm coming home, I guess, right? So
I got to coach 8-year-olds at 8 in the morning and back in Irving, so I'll probably sleep in the car ride.
Yeah, you might need to do that. So, all right, well, it's 1:12, and if you're still listening, bless you. All right, well, we're going to cut out of here so everybody can get home. We thank you all for listening for this season, for this whole year, and stay tuned. We'll see what happens next year. We'll have more Corsicana Tiger Sports coming your way. Stephen, great job. Appreciate you as always.
Enjoyed it. It's been a good season.
All right. Thanks to Coach Autry and his team, and Adam and his crew for a great season. And thanks to you for being a part of it. So until next time, which will be football season, we wish you all a good night. God bless, and go Tigers.